Today I'm minding my edges, my hair. Okay. This is hello. Hi Manuel. Today I'm minding my edges. Life's too busy for a black girl with 4C hair, let me tell you. See this afro? This is the nature of my hair. Oh, I'm running out of this. Oh, my leave-in conditioner. So if you don't know about 4C hair, it has very thin hair strands and it's very coily. So this hair, you have to treat it like it's very delicate. It doesn't do much, right? It's called 4C hair. If you have this type of hair, you are chosen by God, okay? You are chosen one. God chose you to have 4C hair. You're blessed. Isso sabe. You wonder how my hair looks like? Today you're going to see my hair in full bloom. this is about it. If you want to make my hair look good, this is just about how it looks good. Okay? You can probably try to put it in a ponytail, but it will not last in a ponytail. Right? That's how it behaves. Okay? I'm not making it up. I'm not pretending like anything. It's just the way it is. Okay? You see, if I put oil, it just, and I'm doing this to make it soft. Otherwise, it'll not be soft, and if it's not soft, you're not able to work with it. Because 4C hair is not like other people's hair. Okay, it has the the thinnest hair strands, and then they are coily, and so it loses a lot of moisture to the environment. And when it loses moisture to the environment, it gets dry and brittle, and then it can break at any place where it's coily and dry. It can easily break. So this hair, as you can see, it's not easy to manage at all. It's not easy. It's not hair that you manage. It's hair that you appreciate, right? But if it grows long, it becomes like it'll become like a big umbrella on your head. So when it's short, it's very different, but when it's long, it's also very different. Types of hair. See how thick it is on the inside? It's like a dense forest. Hi, Terry. Nice to see you. Whew. Today, I'm trying to do my 4C hair. It's a challenge. Okay, my hair. First thing you do is to section it. You hope it wants to section that day. You really have to divide it into small parts before you do anything to it, okay? Thing is, you have to take it apart to wash it. And when you take it apart to wash it, it clams up. And then you have to wash it, prepare it. So I washed it yesterday. So now I'm trying to get it back. But it's a journey. It's not one process. So right now I'm just going to section. When you section it, it changes its texture and you're able to manipulate it. Okay, sometimes, let me tell you, sometimes I be putting my hair like this and then just go my business without having to do it. Because you can see, the first thing you do is to braid. For me, I braid it whatever braid, right? Because I want it to come apart. Because when it's clamped up, I'm not able to do anything to it. So your braids will not be organized if you have this type of hair in the beginning, because you can't force this hair to do anything. This is called fussy beauty. Okay, this hair, you don't force it anything. Thank you, thank you, love. So once, oh, if you hear black women tell you, oh, it takes a whole day to do the hair, because I undid my hair yesterday, right? I undid it and then I washed it. And I was tired by then, so I just went to bed and I put some oil. When I woke up in the morning, it was a little bit dry. So now I'm trying to make it look a little bit wet so that I'm able to to kind of work with it. I know it's gymnastics here. Hi, Sarkan. Whew, I'm already tired. Okay, I'm already tired working with it. Okay. There are rules to this hair, right? I never use heat on my hair. I don't blow dry. I don't straighten with heat. I just I just use my hands. Oh, is my clothes. Okay. So let me see. You see like this one? Let's undo it again. You see how quickly it changes its texture? I don't like to comb it. You have to be very careful with black hair. It's very fragile, very delicate. This is natural, yeah. I don't use heat. I don't use heat on my hair. I don't blow dry. I don't use any kind of heat to straighten my hair at all. So yeah, I use natural. My hair is natural. Natural afro. This is a natural afro. This is a natural afro. See, with afros, you don't comb afro. Like you don't, there are things you don't do with this hair. A lot of people don't like dealing with this hair, this texture. Um, it's not the easiest texture of hair, right? You can see, right? It's not the easiest. With time, you can learn to do with it, but it's a journey. Like if you don't like the hair, you're going to mistreat the hair because it does not like heat. It likes to coil. It doesn't like straightening. So what I'll do, I usually section and then I'll just coil it. Then I'll coil it like that. Because it likes to coil anyway. This hair likes to coil and climb up. So I don't fight it. I just do what it no. I just do what it wants to do. It doesn't wanna, it doesn't wanna see it's kinda long hair, but you won't see the length. It also does that thing we call shrinking. See? It's like a thick forest. And you have to be patient to get a good section. We okay. Seems like we might have a good section over here. You see how easy it is for my hair to get damaged. You can't pull it. It has to be well moisturized. Otherwise, you can really damage it. Okay. So again, like that's good enough for me. I don't like to push it to make like perfect lines because my hair doesn't want to do perfect lines, right? You can see the struggle. It doesn't want to do perfect lines, but these ones at the top, I want these kinks out. So sometimes you do with your hands. Even the comb might break it. Okay, now the comb is moving, and then you can go at the bottom. So if you don't mind, so if you don't have fussy hair, okay, you don't understand it, the the patience it takes. So when I tell you I'm minding my business, I'm out here minding my edges, you know, I don't have time. to worry about, politics, and I don't have time because I have my hair to deal with. Because I'm minding my edges. This is what I mean. This is what I mean. This is why I don't like going to the salon. Because if you go to the salon, hi Zito Lopez. If you go to the salon, they're trying to pull your hair because they don't understand. Like this hair is not like white people hair. This is not. This is my 4C hair. Okay, this is not. Most people don't have this type of hair. Okay. You've seen this type of hair? Ooh. So when I tell you I'm busy, when you hear me saying I'm busy with my hair, okay? I don't got time for you. I don't want nonsense. I don't want an argument. I don't want nothing. I want quiet. I want to do my hair. When you hear me say this, okay? When you hear me say I want to put hair extensions because I'm having a bad hair day, I'm telling you this. I'm telling you this. This, you see, you can't just pull it. If you pull this hair, you're going to break it. This is princess hair, okay? This is my princess hair. You don't pull it. If you pull it, you break it. And you don't want to pull it. Right? You gotta take care of you. You gotta mind your edges. So this is my alternative. I like these twists because when I put on these twists, you see, these twists are so much better than leaving it in afro. Oh, and remind me, I want to make big twists because when I was washing them and doing them yesterday, they were actually too small and they took a lot of time. So this today, I'm just going to do like a lot of like huge twists. I don't want small twists like that are too in my head. That's how they start looking like. So there's a plan. There's a plan to this. I hope. I hope. So I don't know if you guys have ever experienced this. And not everybody, not every black person has this type of hair. I just happen to have this type of hair. Um, it's the one of the most difficult um hairs to deal with, but I also think it comes from like bad nutrition, like when you don't drink lots of water. I think I may be wrong, but hair has to do a lot with nutrition. And when I was growing up, I didn't have the best nutrition. I don't know. I think that's why. You see how you section it now? Yeah, I don't want small. I don't want small. See, I don't like going to the salon. That's like, I don't like other people touching my hair because every time I've gone to the salon, they pull my hair. Like, it's a bad experience. Most of the salonists, like most girls at the salon, they are very aggressive with this type of hair because they want to force my hair to do things that people with curly or straight hair do. My hair is not curly or straight. My hair it has its own curl pattern. You see how? You see the curl pattern? It's more coily. So it doesn't respond the way they want it to respond. And so they end up being aggressive, pulling it. And so I decided I'm not going to go to the salon anymore. Um, I'll just deal with my hair at home. It's a lot of work. Now I can undo this one. This for my Yeah, this is for all you guys who think there's a lot of mystery behind a black woman's hair. Like, everyone has different hair. You probably are like, oh my goodness, I've never seen hair like this, right? Everybody has different hair. Some people have hair with very some people have hair that has a lot of like thick hair strands, like it's it has few but thick hair strands. My hair has a lot of thin hair strands. Like, my hair is very thin, but you can see it's a lot of hair, right? And that Jerry reminds me, right? No, but there are people who don't have hair. Like, hey, if you have something on your head, you should be grateful, right? I know for someone who doesn't have hair. Prince William doesn't have hair. Some people have hats. That's true. Different hats. People wear different hats. I like the positive vibes from Jerry, right? Yeah, there are people who don't have hair. So even if you have like very difficult to maintain hair like mine, you have some hair. Timple with Modoni. Gadoni Negweda. Go sing to her that song. Gadoni Negweda. Otweke wakwa wabori. Go sing that song to her. But you better know what that song means. We had better know what that song means. It means I want you to become my goat wife. You know, in Kenya, we have a very special, we have a special way of looking at marriage. And we usually do dowry. If you want to marry a girl from Kikuyu, from the Kikuyu people, those girls are expensive to marry, okay? You have to bring some goats to the family, something, right? So there's a difference between just having a normal wife, somebody you meet, and a goat wife, okay? A goat wife in Kenya is the height of a prestigious wife. If you hear somebody says, this is my goat wife, you had better stay away from that woman. It's a dowry. It's a the goat is a dowry payment. Like, the marriage is not complete until you take the dowry to the to the to the parents of the girl. Okay? You don't get rewarded for raising a boy. You get rewarded for a girl. A girl is the main thing here. Okay? So where we come from, a girl is a treasure. You just don't come and take someone's girl and go get babies with, okay? No, 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 no. That's not the way we do things. We have class. We have class. You know, a goat wife is not a girl you pick from the club. In England, you have housewives, right? When you mess up, then everything goes. If you mess up, she gotta hit you up. When you when she goes down, everything goes. From the crib to the ride and the clothes. So you better let him know that if he mess up, you gotta hit him up. You can't mess up with your wife like that. No. There are rules to relationships. You had better know them before you get into one. You know, every culture has different rules. The thing is, I have observed that the people who follow traditions, their marriages usually last. Like, this is just my observation that I've seen with Kenyan families. The people who go through the traditional marriage ceremonies, they do the dowry, they meet the parents, they do the engagement ceremony, they do the dowry, they do all those things, right? Those marriages usually have a chance to last. But these other ones, where people they don't follow the traditions, or they just do these things where they meet and they move in together and they start living together, they start shacking up. Those ones, they really never last. and and you can see the psychology of investing in something and having a culture that makes you value marriage and relationships. Then people take those things seriously than cultures that just don't. Yeah, you had better be prepared for all the rites that are necessary in the Kikuyu if you want things to go the way that they should go, right? It's good to respect those traditions. That is, if you want to have a relationship that lasts a lifetime. I'm not your girlfriend. I'm not in love with you. What are you talking about? You have Modoni. Kadhoni nekweda otsikewa kwa wabori. And we say, when we say, sometimes we say somebody called Modoni, we say Gadhoni, we say Ga, we put Gadhoni. Just is kind of like it's kind of like scintillating someone's name, like um it's another way. Like Modoni is official, Gathoni is like an endearing version of Modoni. That's why in the song he uses the word Gathoni instead of Modoni. He says, Gathoni, I want you become my good wife. Okay, so you see how all that mess, you see how all this will become this. I tell you, this, my hair is not easy to deal with. Sometimes I go like, oh my God, I have to do my hair. But you can see there's not much stress when I'm doing it. It's just that I have to have time to do it. And I can't even see what I'm doing at the back. So the ones that I had, I left them on for like a month because I didn't want to deal with my hair. But that was too long because um I don't want my hair to look like dreadlocks, right? I don't want dreadlocks. I want my hair to grow long, but I don't want it to be dreadlocked. So that's why I have to undo them so they just don't lock, right? Ooh. Yeah, it's nice. Exactly. It's nice to have a friend who can do your hair. Whew. I know. Yeah, I wouldn't mind marrying a hairdresser who knows how to deal with 4C hair. That would help. Oh, Kikuyu women are a catch. Okay. I mean, probably because I'm a Kikuyu woman, but Kikuyu women are very, very different from other women I've seen. Yes, this, yeah, love is respect. 100. You guys, find a woman in your area, marry. Okay? Life is going to pass you by looking for the next thing on the internet. This internet life is fake. You create your own reality. I have a car. I have my own car. I don't need driving around. I go, I drive myself places. Oh, goodness. I'm tired already. I'm tired already. You got all this. This is the thing, right? When you're doing your hair, you think you're done. You want or you won't. You want to have babies for your mother? There's a time I thought I wanted babies, but now I'm like, okay, without having them. Kids are so expensive and they take up your time. And honestly, I don't think I want to give up my money to kids and my time to kids. For what reason? If you want to have kids, the sooner you have them, the better, especially for men. Because a lot of men don't know that the older they wait to have kids, the worse it is for them because the sperm deteriorates, the value, the health of the sperm. As you age, it deteriorates. So chances of having kids on the spectrum, kids with developmental disabilities, they become higher. So if you're having kids, have them when you're young and everything is still kind of fresh. Yeah. I envy people who can afford to have kids at this time. I personally cannot afford them. I mean, not that I'm going to have a kid with myself by myself alone, right? But, even families with two kids right now are struggling financially, you know? That's why I'm not even looking that direction myself. Like these days, I mean, I like that you're not giving up on life and the future, and you're not looking for a fake thing. I like that. I really like that. Because if you're just going to, it's nice, it's nice to go if you find somebody who wants to live that like them and you both like each other. There's no like, and you wanna do it for a long time, like a lifetime. That's the best thing to do, right? Is the best. I think it's one of the best ways to live life. As much as I enjoy being single, like I would rather be single than be in a relationship that I don't like personally, right? But if I found a wonderful relationship, then I'd probably give it a chance. But I'm too scared to be in relationship with anybody because of the way I've seen things turn out for so many people. So I am okay being in a peaceful relationship with myself instead of being in a relationship that's chaotic with somebody else. Like that's not for me. It's not worth it at all. And like no. Marcel Powell likes the great vibes, right? Like I cannot do all the work that I have done for healing and self-growth, even start a channel to help other people, right? Uh, and then and then put all that work into nothing by rushing into a relationship just with anybody, you know? Like it took me a long time to work on my issues. I'm not ready to to be with somebody who is not able to work on on themselves, somebody who's not growth oriented, right? I would rather, and there's so many people out there. There's so many men who don't wanna do self development, self growth, right? I would rather be by myself than be caught dead with somebody like that. My mind belongs to peace and serenity. That's who my mind belongs to. My mind belongs to joy, peace, and serenity. The thing with my hair, right? You can see it's long hair, but it doesn't show that because it shrinks. So, I mean, I can't even brag about hair length with this hair. It humbles you. It's long, but it doesn't show length because it will shrink. My mind, yes, my mind belongs to serenity and peace, right? And for me, if somebody does not prioritize those things, we can't be friends and we cannot be family. We cannot be anything. Like once you realize that your mental health is so important, it's number one. Yeah, there's no need for you to live with somebody who doesn't give you a good, like, give you peace of mind, you know? Like, what's the point? You are going there for love. You are not going there for abuse. Ooh. So I might reduce some of these here to give them a certain look, because now that it's done, you see, if I went to the salon right now, I'd have a lot of hair breakage. The I trust me, if I had gone to the salon to do my hair, right now I have so much hair breakage, I would not even understand myself, right? Look, I only have so minimal hair damage. That's why I like doing my own hair. Nobody's pulling on it. I don't put heat on my hair. Um, if I went for those ladies to do my hair, they'd be pulling it and I'd be kind of like upset and arguing with them. And I'm like, I don't want to go to do my hair and have to fight somebody to treat my hair with respect, like, and then pay them. No, 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 not this black girl. Not this black girl. Hi, sickly. Nice to see you here. So I want all these to go on this one side like that. I know it may not seem like much, but my face has a style that it likes. Like, you see how it looks better that way than this way? So I try to flatter my hairstyles with my face, You just sometimes gotta know how you look in a mirror. Yeah, there's so many people who go to the salon and then, like, honestly, I don't go to the salon and I noticed my hairline going back. It's not that bad, okay? I know it's not that bad uh, compared to what I see myself, like what I see with other people. But that's why I stop. I don't like wearing wigs that much. I love wearing wigs. I mean, they're wigs. You guys have seen me with cute wigs, and I do like them. But I noticed they were destroying my hairline, so that's why you see me sporting natural hair. Like anything that I will put them if they're not destroying my natural hair, like fine. But if it becomes like it's destroying my natural hair, then for me it stops becoming worth it, because what I love is my hair, right? If the wig I'm wearing is not helping protect my hair, then I don't want it, because what I really love is my natural hair. You see how beautiful it is? It's not easy hair to manage at all, right? But it's what God gave me. And so I value and love it. Hey, if He gave me even two hairs, I'd still love them because they're mine. Okay? They'd still be the hair that I love. No, we don't want to see hair degeneration. But I mean, I've never had like my hairline is pretty close. Even look, my eyebrows are here. My hairline is right here. Okay. Um, like I don't think, I think I do have kind of like a natural big forehead, but I it's all good for me. So, and also as you age, your hair will recede. I've seen that happening with people as they age. See, that's how I usually make it. I usually do that to give my hair like, I know it looks like I don't have hair, but at least hide this part, like make my forehead look a little bit like narrow. Okay. See, now I'm back to what I was yesterday. Yeah, right, right. The real time. Lee, you see me? You see. I I love natural hair. And when I started though, it was looking, oof, will I even do this? Right? But that's what I noticed. Like a lot of times when I go to the salon, they get intimidated by the look of my hair. Like just looking at it, one look at my hair when it's undone, you will judge it. My hair is naturally very soft. Especially when I put water, it's really soft. But when it's undone and in an afro like that, the way it looks like this hair is going to be very, very difficult. And it can be very, very difficult, even for me sometimes. So so when I see that the salon, the woman at the salon is already scared, I know I'll have a bad hair experience because I know she's not used to my hair. Um, and so like you kind of have to brace for the pulling and the nagging and all that. And I decided at one point, you know what? I'll never go to the salon again. It's done for me. They don't know how to deal with my hair. Then I have to learn how to deal with my hair because I cannot have people pulling my hair and giving me headaches and pretending that that is normal hair experience for Black women. They're just uneducated and they don't want to do anything for their clients, you know, like they don't want to improve their skills for their clients. So I'm like, why am I going there to give you like $200 for you to do that shit to me? Pull my hair, give me a headache, and not even appreciate, like, and you want me to tip you for a bad experience. Some of these natural hair stylists, they deserve no clients. They don't deserve their clients. Your mom braids your hair. You're so goddamn lucky to have your mom braid your hair. That's good because she's probably doesn't pull your hair and she does all these routines that are supposed to be done. So yeah, that's my hair. That's how it came out. A whole session of doing hair. Do you know that took like more than 1 hour to do my hair? Okay, that's not bad at all, actually. If you think about it, I did it. I undid my hair yesterday, and today it's back to being done. This is how I go to the interview. This is how I live my life. Okay. Like, this is how I go through my day with natural hair. I don't go to the salon. If I do extensions, if I put a wig, then I put on a wig. But this is it. This is it. Save some coins, live natural, love yourself. The benefits are endless. I live in California. This state is so expensive right now. Making myself an egg. I don't know. Yeah, I'll probably move. I can move to Florida, but I don't know. I don't know about living next to MAGA. I don't know. I don't know about MAGA, living with MAGA. You're from Georgia. Oh, shit. I almost burnt myself. Smells like fire. Avocado oil. Keep this one for recycle. So what are we talking about today? I have from hair. What are we talking about today? We're done with hair. Hazari from Canada. Hazari from Canada. Ooh, God damn it. Oh, you're from Maine. The real team, Lee. You're from Maine. You're from Maine or Georgia? California is beautiful. How's the job situation in Canada, Georgia, Maine, and Florida? How easy is it for you guys to find work over there? How hard is it to find work right now? Everybody's complaining about the economy. It's grinding to a halt here. Mhm. I think this was going to happen. I don't even think I don't even think it's Trump's fault or anything. I think this was going to happen eventually. I wonder why you say some countries. I think all countries have insane leaders. The two men of France. In Kenya, we have a very bad leader. All future presidents are probably on the Epstein files. You know, these people eat children. They eat children. I don't know if you guys really take that seriously at all. Epstein had an island where they would take children there, and those children never left the island. They ate those children. I don't know if you guys understand that. Like I don't think you guys understand that. Let's say you have two kids, they're on the Epstein file, or maybe you have like five kids, they're on the Epstein island, and one of them gets eaten today, and the others talk about it. You know, they ate Steve last night. Yeah. And they say when Epstein comes back, he'll eat one of us. Part of them eating the children is psychological torture as well, is to torture them psychologically and then take their blood when it's full of adrenaline, because they believe that if blood has some sort of adrenaline, it does something. I'm doing just as good as you are, given the situations that we are in, right? I think I'm holding up pretty well for now. But yeah, I'm growing my coaching business. I'm growing my community here on YouTube, right? You guys are like my family. Yeah, you guys are like my family because we get to do a lot of life together. I spend a lot of time with this community more than I spend with a lot of people, right? And part of the reason, like, I like us to talk about what's going on in our world, and you know, because a lot of times we are not talking to each other. Have you noticed, like, a lot of times we are not talking to each other, we are not talking to people about anything. We are just here kind of waiting for the leaders that be to do whatever they want to do with our economy, to do whatever they want to do with the politics, right? And we are kind of just here taking it, not talking about it, not discussing about it at home. Um, and unless you don't care what's happening, you know, I know a lot of people don't even care to know what's happening. But that's why I'm shocked, right? Like the Epstein files, for example, they're very clear that these people eat children. And you might say, oh, Epstein is dead. The people Epstein was working for, the people who killed him, because Epstein, if you think Epstein committed suicide, you're very naive, right? Epstein did not commit suicide. Epstein was murdered. The people that Epstein worked for, they're still here. They're still controlling the systems. Epstein was working for a government organization that likes secret information. So he gave them all that information. Who are these people? Who was he working for? Have you guys wondered and asked yourself those questions? Because it means those people, they're still eating children today. They're still out here eating children. I don't know if you guys can understand that. Like, because you guys don't seem even phased by what I'm saying. Are you guys like in on this? And am I the only one who's like shocked? Am I the only one that's shocked? I mean, these guys, they'll be eating the way that I'm eating my egg. Oh, this is Anna. She came to this island like 2 weeks ago. Well, Anna, we tortured her before we killed her. These people are still out here breathing the same oxygen you're breathing, okay? You might even bump into one on a dating site and kiss them. Let me gross you before you go out sleeping with people and kissing people. You never know if they ate a little girl called Anna. Oh, be careful about your spiritual life. It's not so bad to live alone, okay? It's not so bad to be alone and live alone. Yeah, tell me, what are your goals for 2026? Are they coming to life? Has anything changed so far? You're going to the fourth year, to the fourth month, right? Someone said they want to do push-ups, 100 push-ups a day. I always ask people their goals. What do you want to do? 100 push-ups a day? I think I can do 100 push-ups a day. Not at the same time, but I can do 100 push-ups a day. I can do 10 push-ups 10 times. Um, so I can do 100 push-ups. I would like to do a plank for 5 minutes. Like hold a plank for 5 minutes. That I'd like to learn how to do. Because if I can hold a plank for 5 minutes, there's nothing I cannot do. Ooh, guess who's been fired? Trump just fired Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi fired. She no longer is the Attorney General. Yes, Trump just fired Pam Bondi. Yeah, it was a rumor like 7 hours ago, but now it's done. Ah, ah, the mess that it's MAGA. I can see it unfold. Oh. Yeah, that was not an election that we needed to lose in 2024. It went so bad so quickly. So bad so quickly. I know, right? Brian Noem with his big tits. These people are a joke. Like these people are a joke. I can't believe I can't believe Kamala did not become president. We could have had a new day. It could have been a new era, a new day. So many beautiful things could have happened. Um, Instead, we went back like 60 years back. And all the mess that they have created, it's going to take a lot of years to clean up. Already so far, they've damaged a lot of things. Um, Trump stormed out of the Supreme Court yesterday because he wants to eliminate birthright citizenship, and he seems like he's going to lose that case. I hope he loses, so he stormed out. But if he doesn't lose, if he wins, because there's still a chance that he might win, you know, um, the ruling has not been decided yet. So if one of these judges is, they decide to bend over backwards to just please Trump, because a lot of people, for some reason, just seem to be able to suck up to whatever he wants, whatever his recent tantrum is. All these men and women just seem to bend over. Yeah. Well, then there's ICE, right? Corrupt, like all these things that we knew that in the future the government can do. They can come into the streets, kidnap people, take your money, like harass you and your family, like all those things that the Constitution wanted you protected from a bully government. Right now, like those things are like fiction, right? Now the government can come and kidnap you, not for being illegal. The government has kidnapped people who are legally in the United States, right? Uh, yeah, it has deported people to countries that they did not even come from. There are people who have died in ICE custody. This one woman, she said her husband was kidnapped and she hasn't seen her husband since, right? Like the government can do that, make people disappear. One time you have your friend and your family. Like we live in such times. Like this the reality here. And how that can affect a family and their mental health, right? You think some of these like you think like some of the let's say like you get like, let's say you have a white woman who is your therapist and you're an immigrant. You think she cares like about your mental health? They don't care. That's the crux of the situation, right? Like this is what like shocked me when I came to the United States. Okay, all these adults, they don't care about immigrant children. Okay, you will see a doctor, it will be a teacher. And you might think, oh, you're an immigrant, you can trust somebody because they are a professional teacher or they are a doctor or whatever. These people have a different programming, okay? They have a different programming. They will even be a therapist, okay? But they will have zero compassion on your child who's an immigrant. I want you to swallow that, like let it sink, because if you think, if you think for a moment, like, hey, like I can trust this doctor and I'm an immigrant, okay? They don't function that way. They don't. I've had teachers say the worst things. I've had American teachers say the worst things about migrant Mexican kids, and I'm like, you're a teacher, and these people, they don't know what you kind of say about the students you teach after, you know, like extreme racist things. I tell you, like, human beings will shock you. Human beings will shock you. Oh, wow. I didn't want this. I didn't realize how big it is. Okay. It's like a gaming one. Maybe I'll get used to it. For me, it's the nasty things that they say, like, I don't know. The professional person is not there anymore. Like, it's kind of like they tune off, right? This professional person, this level-headed person suddenly disappears, right? Like that kind of, like, I'm still in shock, like, honestly. And this is my experience, okay? Because I live in a predominantly white neighborhood. This has been my experience. Like, I just can't get over that, right? It's kind of like I've never seen, let's say, like black women, right? Whenever there's a white kid or a Mexican kid or whatever kind of kid, that will not stop me from feeding them or recognizing, oh, that's a child. Like, I'm dealing with a child. Okay. But the rate at which white people flip when it's an immigrant child and they become aggressive, like for me, that I cannot unsee in my mind, right? That I cannot, right? And I have to tell white people that kind of thing, like, you guys, seriously, seriously. That is not normal shit. It's not normal behavior. I know these people were screwing me because they put this. Okay, I can always charge it with something else. Bluetooth. I'm never, whenever I go travel anywhere, I don't trust people where they are, I don't trust the locals, okay? Whether I'm in Europe, like I don't trust the Europe, like especially if you're a beautiful woman, like going to Europe or France, okay? Don't trust people there, okay? Do not trust people there. Like that's something I always know, right? But I'm talking about being cruel to children. I'm not talking about a situation where like you're traveling. Like for me, once I hear that kind of aggression towards kids, I cannot trust you as a human being at all. Like I just cannot. Wait, did you hear my stomach? It's rumbling. The hell. I'm from Kenya. For me, I always very honest with my experiences with people, okay? I never sugarcoat it to pretend for anybody because a lot of people are creating systems that are terrible for other people and they want you to pretend and do emotional labor for them, pretend that they're not doing the cruel things that they are doing. I'm not gonna pretend for anybody, okay? It's 2026. If you can't handle the truth, right? Um, then don't do things that you can't handle being called out about. Pearl, what do you call I don't watch MSA. What's that? It's around 12 noon. I think that's why I was hungry, huh? Always taking sardines. We always talk about mental health. We always talking about like being sharp, being, you know. Are you taking sardines? Because these are I don't know this shit. Okay. I'm trying to connect these. No, the mouse. How does it technet? I'm trying to get it to connect because oh shit. I always hate buying. I thought this thing was, it's not what I thought it was. It's not Bluetooth. You're in South Africa, so how many hours are you're ahead? One, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You're like 9 hours ahead in South Africa. I don't know. I bought this Bluetooth mouse because, but it happens not to be Bluetooth. It has this, it has this thing, but this is not what I wanted. This is not what I wanted. It said Bluetooth though. It says wireless mouse. And it said that turn Bluetooth. Okay, maybe it needs charging. Let me assume that's the problem I'm facing. Because if it's not, I'm gonna lose my mind. Hello, RNG, how do you say ring D 1010? Hi Ray, hi Pearl, hi Kali. How's your days going? Today I had this hair session. I redid my hair into these fine, beautiful locks. Ooh. Okay, this thing's not working. Oh, now you're here. Okay, which one is it now? Model M. Model M20. Okay, connect. Connect. I think it's going to get connected. Of course, I've shaved my head. Oh my God, you're asking me? Oh, goodness. When I grew up in an orphanage, all they did was shave my head. Okay? All they did was shave my head. All my childhood, I probably did not have a single hair on my head. Okay? They just kept shaving my head. Don't remind me. Don't remind me how I grew up without not. I grew up my head shaven all the time. And the thing is, I kind of I have a boyish look, okay? I don't have like I know I do have a feminine look sometimes, but sometimes I do have like this boyish look. And with my hair shaven and I was flat chested, right? I used to be confused for a boy all the time. I used to be confused for a boy all the time. And I didn't like it at all. At all. At all, at all, at all. I know one person who came to visit the home mistook me for a boy. And I'm telling you, I didn't like I didn't like the fact that they confused me for a boy at all. So let me tell you, me, I'm not shaving my head for anybody. Ooh, my mouse connected and it's moving so good. Okay, so here's the thing. Let me show you. So when I move it like this, look at how it does. I move it like that. Look at how it moves. It just worked. This is going to be good because it's going to help me with when I'm editing videos for my channel. And sometimes I have the mouse that I've been using is so flat. It's so flat that I always find I'm always having a hard time. Like I'm using this, right? Try editing videos with a mouse this flat. You're always like this, and then sometimes it's not working, right? Like that. Um, I mean, it was good when it lasted, but it really wears your wrists. Like it can wear your wrist so because you're always moving it. So I think this one will be so good. I will have to get used to it. right? I think it's going to be more efficient. Email me at monica at posttraumaticbliss.com. I'm going to put my email on my page on YouTube. I don't give people my number. I usually give my clients my number. So if you're looking to get a mental health coach, not just a mental health coach, because I know some of you have a lot of stigma when it comes to, email me at monica at posttraumaticbliss.com, right? MONICA. My channel is posttraumaticbliss.com, right? I do coaching. I have an offer right now for $500. The regular one is 1,500. So if you're looking for coaching, let me know. I'll send you you can pay or with your card or credit card, and then you can start doing the videos and the workshop. And then for my clients, like you also have my number, so we can do one-on-one for coaching that's targeted towards you, right? We hit everything on mental health, right? Nutrition is important in mental health. We hit, we hit everything on mental health. Working on your shadow is a big thing, right? A lot of people don't do shadow work and they don't see growth, right? So we hit a lot of shadow work. We do career training. You know how you prepare yourself for opportunities. um how to get from where you are to where you want to go. That's the whole gist of coaching. In this kind of environment that we are in, especially for career, you need to learn how to pivot your skills, right? You need to pivot your skills. People are not hiring, right? You need to pivot your skills and learn how to do other things like that you are naturally gifted, right? um Help you pivot that. we're talking about we're talking about a lot of things, mental health, right? Remember, like, a lot of mental health is your ability to master your environment, right? What's happening in your environment, a lot of it is your ability to navigate, always improving. I bought a new book that I'm excited. It's about coaching because I love being a coach, because you gotta fine tune. Even though I know I'm a great coach, right? Even though I know I have created life transforming classes, I still wanna be a better coach, right? So I'm always learning from other people, right? I'll buy a book, right? To learn from other people. Crap, just enjoy your craft, okay? Become good at it. Create a long-term career with something that you love. For me, that's my go-to, right? Create something that you love, right? And you can do other things, but that you like doing. Like for me, I love coaching. I love mental health. I'm just too passionate for from the life of me to keep quiet about mental health and transforming and neuroscience and all this. I just, I immerse myself. I read everything that needs to be read, right? So that I feel joy when somebody takes my class and they go, "Oh my God, oh my God, you put it all this together. You're helping me go steps in steps," right? Those are the things that I love about my clients when they take my coaching classes, because I actually thought about them and taking them step by step, growth steps, making them grow step by step, right? And they come and see that and they're like, oh, she prepared this even before I thought I needed this, right? That's what I like, right? That's what I like. I keep perfecting it. So what are you going to do that you're going to enjoy for a lifetime? You know, as a coach, like these are the things I want you to think about. You may think like I was telling my niece when she started my coaching classes, she always wanted to go into beauty, right? Always wanted to go into beauty, didn't know how to start. And the reason why she did not know how to start is because she kept comparing herself with all these Instagram um, people who know how to do makeup, who've done makeup for 10 years. And I was telling her, if you don't start now, you will not become like them. But right now, you think you're green, you don't know what to do, you're like whatever, right? You don't see how, she's in her 20s, right? She doesn't see that in her 30s, she might well be the best person in her industry if she stays consistent, right? And a lot of my clients, because they are still in survival mode, when I tell them you need to think about 10 years from now, 5 years from now. You need to think about where you're going to be in 10 years because right now you're very green in your field, right? But in 10 years, if you stay consistent, you could be the best real estate agent, you could be the best coach, you could be the best of the best in that industry. But your mindset, you can think about it surviving right now. You have to think about 10 years from now. Because if you don't start now, that's how you're going to miss opportunities. You're going to see people who started 10 years ago when it's the 10-year mark and you're like, oh my God, they're billionaires, they're millionaires, they're doing so good in life. You could have started with them. You could have stayed consistent with something you're passionate about, right? But if you're always reacting to life, you gotta train your mind not to be in that survival mode if you wanna go far, right? Because because I always I tell you, our mind, this prefrontal cortex here, this part of our brain, the most advanced part of our brain, it doesn't like survival mode. It disappears when you're in survival mode. It goes completely offline when you're in survival mode. But how do you make sure that even when you're in survival mode, you're still acting like somebody who is in a safe mode, in thrive mode, by having goals and working them on them consistently, even when you're in survival mode? That's why I show up as a coach here online every day, building a community, building a YouTube channel, right? It's not easy for me. It's not as easy for me because, you know, like some people have money, they can advertise, they can go places, right? I am doing it by myself. So I gotta be consistent, right? If I was famous, then I'd have like what? Like thousands and thousands of followers, right? But it's not gonna happen like that for some of you and me. Our goals, we will need to chip at them slowly each day, right? It's like going there, like every day, every day, every day until we find. So I keep telling my everyone I'm coaching, right? Don't compare yourself with other people. First, don't do that. Second, take my class, because once you take my class, sometimes you will learn the humility of neural networks. We learn through repetition, right? You will learn that you learn through repetition. So there is no cutting corners. There is no cutting corners in life experiences, right? Then you take that, you realize, okay, I need to work every day on my goals. There's no cutting corners. And I need to perfect it every day. I have to read, I have to get better every day, right? That's how you get better. No rocket science, nothing, right? consistency beats talent every day. People who are consistent, they will beat people who are talented every day. Just showing up every day. Just show up, right? You're going to do better than people who are not consistent every day. I know I started this channel last year. I started in 2022, right? Last year, one of my friends also started a channel. This channel has grown to more than 4,000 subscribers. Her channel is still like 600 subscribers. What's the difference? I just show up every day for my community, for the people who have subscribed for my channel. I show up every day, right? And we have a relationship, we have a trust, you know. Like I know people who haven't seen me for a while and they come and be like, oh, hi, what are we talking about? Hi, Kenrick, right? Hi, Rose, right? Because you show up every day. Show up for yourself every day. Show up for your goals every day, right? I want people to take my coaching classes, right? Because I know they have something that they need, but you know, people don't trust you until they see you consistently, right? People will not trust you until they see you consistently. And you're not going to get better until you develop the neurocircuitry for whatever craft that you're in, right? So learn from the small things, right? Like I come here, I talk a lot of times, right? And some people, they will engage in these conversations and discussions about mental health, about well-being and whatever. Um, if you've been in my coaching, like live classes, my coaching is very different from what you see there because I touch on anything. I'm not afraid of going into politics, into the environment that we live in. Because why? As a coach, I know the environment is shaping your mind. And if you're not looking at the environment and how it's shaping your mind, right, you will not be able to get ahead of the battle about your mental health. So I touch everything: politics, environment, food, because all these things, they're shaping your mental health. Because you cannot just, you're not independent, right? You're not independent. You're not like an island, right? Um, uh, like you live in a, you're affected by so many things. Your mental health on an everyday basis is affected by the politics, whether you like it or not, is affected by the food you eat, is affected by your friends, is your environment affects, right, your mental health. It's the one thing. um so when I'm here and we're talking politics, we're talking about things that are happening, there's a there's a reason, right? We touch on these things, right? um there's a reason. I want to see, are you so desensitized in your psychology, right, that when they say the people on the Epstein files actually ate children, like are you desensitized to the point where that is not even affecting your mental health? Like, oh, they had a girl called Annie for dinner. Like, does that even compute in your head? Like, what, you know, the environment that we actually live in, right? Is that computing in your head, or are these things too wicked for you that you don't want to listen to them, and you don't think that they are going to affect you down the line? So you kind of like, sometimes we are too privileged to even want to know about all those people who are suffering and being eaten over there, right? Because we can imagine that happening to our kids. So why do we care, right? Why do you care that the environment becomes that corrosive for your mental health, right? Do you care about it or don't you care about it, right? Like all these things affect your mental health, your spiritual life, and how you're responding to things every day, right? um yeah, there are people more concerned about migrants than the people up there in power eating children. I tell you. And those are the people who have the resources and their money, right? Like, you know, ah, the critical thinking, the critical thinking, um, your ability to even protect yourself from a dangerous environment. How you gonna do that if you cannot assess danger properly? Protect yourself, right? A lot of times we are overreacting to an environment that's dangerous, but we are not even assessing the dangers properly, like where they are coming from. Um, it's all part of coaching, part of growing, part of mental health, right? Your environment matters and it affects your mental health. And if you're not able to see that, it becomes very unfortunate. I show up every day. Show up every day for whatever craft that you have. Just show up for yourself. Show up for the people that you are meant to 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 help in this lifetime. I believe we all have goals, right? And let me tell you, every time I took a job outside coaching, I took a job outside mental health, I felt like I wasn't living my purpose. Because some of these things are spiritual. Your purpose is so spiritual that it's in your heart and you know your life purpose. You know why you are here, right? And one of the reasons why you feel like you're out of sync, out of life, like your life is not going the way it is because you're ignoring your life purpose. You're ignoring what you know that you're supposed to be here to do. You know, you're like you're here for a purpose. That's something that is not like debatable at all, right? You didn't just happen to be here. Like, you know, on a spiritual level, you chose to be here. You wanted to be here. You chose this planet because you wanted to be here. That's, I believe strongly. Like, so that means you instinctively know your life purpose. You know when you are younger, if they asked you what you wanted to become, you wanted to be a coach, you wanted to become a teacher, you know, you know something about what you wanted to do in this lifetime, right? But sometimes people around you, they tell you that all you need is a job. You don't have to care whether you like it or not, right? You're just here to pay your taxes and then you die. You know that's not true, right? You know that's not true. You know there's more than just getting a job. Maybe you like taking care of your family. Maybe you like taking care of your kids, you know? Maybe you have, like, I know, like my sister-in-law, she likes taking care of the elderly, right? She likes, looking for resources, money, food in Kenya, and helping the elderly. My sister, right? She likes helping vulnerable children. So in Kenya, that's all she does. She looks for donations, takes vulnerable kids to hospital, helps, you know, helps align with hospitals and people who can afford to give these kids that need healthcare that don't have insurance, help them access healthcare, insurance, food, right? She knows her job. Yeah. She knows what she wants in she has this purpose driven life, right? Um let me take my eggs into the fridge. You know your life purpose. And you will feel alive when you start living your life purpose, right? You're asking me what kind of man am I? I am not into any man. I am not into any man, right? People need to know themselves. People are always asking you, what's your type? What's your type? What's your type? Right? Um, I will know when I see it. I will know my type when I see it. I'm too old. I think people get married, once you're close to 40, and I know I look so young, but I'm almost in my 40s. Let's not talk about marriage anymore. I look young. I look devastatingly young. I look so young that I have had to tell some very young men to not talk to me. No, this is kombucha. James thinks he could be my type. Why do you think you could be my type? What do you think is my type? This is kombucha. Kombucha, made of passion and orange. It's probiotics. You know what probiotics are? You must know what probiotics are. Oh, you value people who are educated. Actually, you could be my type. I like people who value education. And I am beautiful. Okay, okay. I like people who tell me I'm beautiful. Okay. We can start somewhere. There are people. Have you ever gone out on a date? Okay, you don't know, but if you ever go out on a date with a woman and you don't tell her she's beautiful, I don't even know if you deserve another date. Like a lot of people don't think those small compliments are a love language on their own, right? Those small compliments, they are a love language on their own, right? And a lot of people don't think much about them. Oof. I'm not sure what I'm cooking. I bought some beans, but I don't think I have all the ingredients. But I oh oh oh. Whew. Let's get this out of the way. Okay. Onions know how to break my heart. Oh God. Oh, whew. I wanna make some, what do you call them? Some beans. These are the beans that I soaked. Let me show you. I don't know if you've seen these kind of beans. The ferron, the ferron beans. I'm making half of this. I've never made them, so I'm kind of curious. They seem like the kind of beans that um cook easily. I cook here and there, um, but I I realized how important it is to cook. So these days I'm a full-time cook. Like I cook for myself. Like I literally cook for myself. I don't even take chances. Before I was this person, I don't even know how I was surviving, but I had these dips of energy. I wasn't cooking for myself. And I think that's part of the growing up, I never used to cook. Um, so like I grew up in a children's home, so we never really cooked. I just used to show up and food has already been made for me. Um, Nobody showed me how to cook, and I don't know why. I just never picked it up. But it got so bad with my nutritional deficiencies that I actually now have to cook. I literally have to cook to make sure that I'm taking in the right nutrients. I stopped that joke. I stopped joking with my diet. Uh, if you're the kind of person who doesn't take your diet quick seriously, I would please, please encourage you. I could encourage you to learn how to cook. Okay, let's learn how to cook for yourself. You know, um, nutrition is a big part of mental health. Uh, as a woman, you have to cook because you go through what I learned. Just learning about mental health taught me a lot of things. As a woman, there are things that you're not allowed to eat that you shouldn't. Okay, you're allowed to eat whatever crap you want to eat. Okay, I'm saying it wrong. There are things that you shouldn't eat depending on your mental cycle. What are you just ate some chana seeds? What are those? I don't know what you ate, to be honest. I've never had a food like that. So there are things that, see, this is why I don't like people cooking for me. And I appreciate James if you want to cook for me, but there's a reason why I don't want people cooking for me. Um, as a woman, depending on what time you are in your cycle, there are foods that you should eat, and then there are foods that you should not eat. Okay. For example, right now, I cannot take carbs. It's not going to help. It's because in my cycle right now, in my cycle right now, I'm trying to get rid of estrogen, right? Um, I'm trying to get rid of estrogen, and so if I take carbs, they're not going to help me with getting rid of estrogen. So right now I'm in a ketone. I need to go on a keto diet. But on Friday, after Friday, I can go another 4 days, right? So 31st, one, two. So after Friday, I can go on a fast. And after I finish my like 4 days of that fasting window, I can eat carbs. I can eat carbs again because the hormone progesterone will come into play. And that hormone, for me to release a good amount of that hormone, I need to eat a lot of carbs. So at that point, then I can start eating carbs. But right now, because I want to get rid of estrogen, and a lot of estrogen leads to breast cancer. Now I want to get rid of estrogen. I cannot take carbs. So when people don't understand, like women eat in cycles, they want to cook for you and they mean well. But right now, cooking rice for me would not help me right now. You know, it would actually cause me to have chances of getting breast cancer. So, part of these things that I teach you in my class, so that you know those things. Ask question as long as it's a respectful question, you know, think about questions that your grandmother would not allow you to ask anybody. Don't ask me those questions. My name is Kanini. You can call me Monica, right? Oh, chana peas with simos. Oh, gotcha. Okay, red apples fried on. Ooh. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Kenrick, that sounds good. Ooh. You seem like you're very cautious about your health, Kenrick. People here, they like health. People on post-traumatic bliss, they like health. They are interested in health. So I cut my ginger and my ginger and what do you call them? Garlic. So I have my kitchen is a little bit congested. I'm not sure I have all the spices to start cooking even, but I'm just preparing for when I'm going to cook because I need to buy some onions. I have some cinnamon sticks. I have some chili. Let me see. I don't think I have an onion. I have a tomato. I can use that one tomato. Hell isn't a good place. They were gone crazy. What are we talking about? Let me ask you guys, do you think hell is a real place? Do you think hell is a real place? You know, there are people who out here telling people that there's no hell. And I'm like, can you tell people there's no hell? How do you know there's no hell? Because I believe hell is a real place. Right? There are people who are being deceived that hell is not real. Um, I don't know who told them that. I think that's part of the modern day deception that we live in, right? People want to, human beings want to be given the freedom to do whatever they want with no consequences. Yeah, atheists don't believe. For me, I believe hell is real. Um, and even a lot of Christians, they don't believe, they behave like agnostics and worse than atheists. Like, I feel like Christians are sometimes worse than an atheist or somebody who's agnostic or somebody who is spiritual. Um, you also believe that? I have this. I don't know. I think I need to clean up a little bit before I start cooking. To be honest, let me just if if I had some tomatoes, only have one tomato. Okay, so this is one of the things that I like. I like when I'm not working. When I'm not working, I can work on my business and also I can stay home and do things like cooking. You know, things that I actually miss, like being at home, like feels I think because I didn't grow up in a household, being at home gives me a lot of peace. Like, oh, I'm going to eat this tomato instead. I grew up in an orphanage, and when you grow up in an orphanage, it's an institution. So I grew up in an institution. Then I go to high school, it's another institution. Like, you can imagine, I did not want to get married because that felt to me like moving into yet another institution. And for me to get over the psychology of being institutionalized, that was a lot. So I love freedom. I love living in freedom. I have a coaching business. You guys need a life coach. You have a friend who needs a life coach. Bring them this way. I'll change their life. Oh, wow. That tomato is good. Hmm. I'm thirsty. The way I ate through that tomato, I'm thirsty. What are you asking about? No, I never said I don't believe in marriage. I said for me, I grew up very institutionalized, okay? For me, getting institutionalized into a marriage felt like a prison. Like I saw how marriages were for women. Like I saw, yeah, I saw how women were. Women lose a lot of freedom when it comes to marriage, like a lot. And I mean, everybody loses freedom when it comes to marriage. But for me, uh, what made it especially undesirable for me was getting married. I've seen women getting married and they're told, don't wear this, don't put on this dress, don't do this, don't do that, don't do that. And for me, I was like, I'm not even ready to make sacrifices for anybody, right? Like my life. Like, it just felt like another prison that I didn't want to get into. But if you get into a relationship, nobody's forcing you, nobody's asking you to not dress this way, not to do that, not to do that. They allow you to be yourself. Good, right? A lot of people say, women are not allowing me to be myself and whatever, whatever. Have you thought about how many times marriage doesn't allow women to be themselves? No, I don't. No, I don't have to ask freedom from anybody if I'm married to them. Okay, like if I'm married to you and I feel like I have to ask freedom from you, then it's not gonna happen. You know what I mean? Then for me, I'm not going to put myself in a situation where my freedoms are threatened in any capacity. It's not gonna happen. No, 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 no. We cannot do that kind of life. We cannot live like that. I'm still going to make business, make friends, make whatever. Like I'm not, for me, I can't get married to somebody who's telling me don't talk to this person, don't do that. Just look, even my girlfriends, if I like somebody and they don't like that somebody, I tell them you choose between this friendship, but you cannot tell me who not to talk to, who not to speak to. Like I like that for me, I cannot deal with that shit. No. Well, I know what you mean. Like I know there are people you can't trust. There are people you cannot trust being, being with somebody, right? But this is the thing. I'm not going to police anybody in a relationship because I don't like being policed in a relationship, right? So you either trust me or you don't trust me, but I'm not going to be in a relationship where people argue over that kind of stuff. Like, I'm not going to get into an argument over that. I would rather not have that conversation and I would rather not have that marriage. You know what I mean? Yeah, I would rather not have those conversations, not have those kinds of relationships. Like, yeah, the moment somebody starts behaving like, oh, like, don't talk to this person, don't talk to that person, for me,
I cannot have a relationship with people like that. Like, you met me doing life by myself, doing my life, right? Now you want to change it. No, I'm not changing for you. You go find somebody else can do that shit for you. You know, there's no point of marrying somebody. Why would you marry somebody when you want to sleep around with other people? Just don't marry them, right? Don't marry somebody and then go around, right? Like, just don't do it. It's okay to do that when you're by yourself and you're not hurting anybody. Nobody is involved in your life. You can do whatever you want, right? But once you get married to somebody, like, don't try to control them. People controlling men don't understand this one thing. The easiest way to lose somebody is to try to control them. If if you but if you want to marry somebody and they want to cheat, right? They are cheating, that's then don't marry them, okay? Don't marry somebody and then try to stop them from cheating. That's stupid. Don't marry them, okay? Don't marry somebody that you're going to run after, like run around like a child, okay? Like like they don't know what they were doing when they decided to get married, okay? It's not my job. It's not my job to tell somebody, don't talk to this person, don't talk to this person. No. If you have sex with somebody in my marriage, I'm divorcing you. It's not going to be when, whatever, that same day, that will be the end of that relationship. We are not going to go to a therapist. We are not going to try to work things out. Then that there and then that will be the end of the story. So there will be no, there will be no working out or anything. If I'm married to you and I cheat on you, that is your clue that I don't want to be with you. Okay? If I get to the point where I'm cheating on you, we are not going to work anything out, okay? Whatever needed to be worked out before I cheated on you, we could have done that. But by the time I cheat on you, it's over. Okay? It's me getting over it. That's what people don't understand, right? When a woman is cheating on you, it's over, right? You're trying to do damage control for a relationship that's dead. And another thing, right? Women don't cheat on you because they found another great guy out there. Okay? Women are not like men. She's not going to cheat on you because the neighbor is more good looking than you. Okay? A woman will cheat because you stop making her feel good. Okay? A woman only cheats because you stopped paying attention, you stopped making her feel special. A woman cheats on you because of the mistakes that you're doing in the relationship and she's tired of you. Okay, it's not because there's something better out there. There can be billions of men out there that are great, better than you, but you make her feel good, and she's never going to cheat on you. She's not going to cheat on you because if she's already feeling good, you're already making her feel like, oh, this is like she's happy to be with you. She has no reason to cheat on you. Even if your next door neighbor is a billionaire, she'll probably not cheat, right? You could give a woman everything, money, cars, whatever, and she will cheat on you because you're not making her feel good inside. That's something like a lot of men don't compute, because the way they cheat on women is not the same way women cheat, right? You could be like this person who makes a lot of money, you give her everything, okay, but she never sees you, she's feeling lonely, she's 100% going to cheat on you, okay, because she's feeling lonely, she doesn't feel wanted. Like, you have to know this kind of psychology, and you cannot blame her, because a woman needs and a man's needs are different. A man will just cheat on you because with a man will cheat with his babysitter, okay, because she is young and sexy. That's just much the reasons that men cheat, okay. If I'm a woman and I really just wanted a young man to have sex with, trust me, I could have sex every day for this whole year. Nothing would stop me, pretty much, right? Nothing. This is what men don't understand. Like, you guys have a hard time getting women. We don't have a hard time getting men. So if it's just sex that we wanted, if women just want sex, they can get sex anytime, any. I can get out of here and go turn a corner out here, and somebody wants to have sex, I could have sex with them, right? So the demand is not coming from women, it's coming from men, right? The reason that you're not having sex is because women don't want to have sex with you. You're a man, right? Yeah, so that's why, like, I cannot have those arguments with somebody over in a marriage, you know, like if you think that I'm cheating on you, then let's break up. If you can't trust me, let's break up. If I cheat on you, then we are breaking up, because you kind of, I hope I have explained myself. But yeah, we don't need to have an argument over who's in my life, who are my friends, right? I have lots of friends who are men. I don't sleep with them. Okay. And when I say I have friends with them, right? They don't come to my place. I don't make dates with them, right? There are people that I meet when I go to the coffee shop. And if I sit there, they'll come, they'll say hi, we'll talk about something. And when that discussion is over, I go home, they go home. Like, we're not, you know, that's about it. But for somebody to come into my life and tell me, now you can't ever talk to this kind of a person in your life because I'm suddenly just showed up in your life, I'm like, I'm too old for that bullshit. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I cannot deal with that. Like, I feel like a lot of people are not vibrating at the same frequency, right? There's some people who have low level frequency. So they are mistrusting, they don't trust their partner, they come from all these issues that they have, all these issues they have, right? If you get into that relationship with them, they'll bring you all these issues. Like, I don't want to have to deal with somebody's insecurities and their issues. Like, because life is too busy. Exactly. I'm a stoic, right? Yeah, in a way, I do like the stoic philosophy, right? Yeah, I could never, to be honest. And I think because I've been single for a long time, I could never, like, I could never lose my individuality for somebody. Like, there's a way that I have a program, right? My programs are, most of them, like, there is no changing me at this age, okay? There is no changing the person that I am at this age in life. You either like this person or you don't. But I'm doing little to change myself for somebody else, right? I would never, ever, yeah, like, change. Yeah, the things. Am I very picky about the people in my life? I'm very picky about people in my life. In fact, I have very few friends. Out of me, myself, choosing friends for myself, I have narrowed my own friendships, right? But and there are people that I never would want to be in my. There are characters in life that you don't want in your life. You know yourself, right? You know yourself. Like, there are types of people, you know, that you would not want this person in your life, or this kind of person who behaves this way in your life. You already know these things, right? um for me, the kind of people that I don't want in my life, like the kind of partners that is a no go zone, are exactly the kind of partners who want to restrict things about you, like how you dress, how you speak, how the kind of people you're friends with. Like, if you already don't like this person that I am, I cannot fall in love with you. Because why? I have tried to cultivate this person that I am. This is my greatest asset. This person that I have cultivated to become, right? I've cultivated myself to become an open, honest person. Like, there are things that I value about myself. Um, yeah, I'm very inflexible with other people who want to come to change me, okay? I have like huge barriers of entrance. Okay. And I tell people to have that. Like, I have boundaries. You can't just come into my life and say, now I'm going to change you. Like, no, I already decided what changes I want in myself. And I personally, I don't like going around changing people, right? I don't like going around changing people. I accept you for the person you are. And I also accept that you're probably not a person that I want in my life. Okay. So, for example, if I meet somebody and they have eating habits that don't match my own, right? Like, maybe they like to eat, if you ask somebody, like, what would you eat forever if you had to? I just want to eat pizza. Or they tell me, I just want to eat carbs, drink, and go to the club. Okay. I'm never going to try to change you to not go to the club if you like going to the club. I'm not going to change you to stop drinking alcohol every day if you love alcohol, right? I'm not going to try to fix you I'm just not gonna mess with you. I'm just not going to mess with you, period, right? Like the point of fixing that should have been done by your mother, right? Like I'm not gonna do this, right? My friendship circle, people don't drink. Most of my friends don't drink. If they drink, it's here and there. Occasionally, they don't go out to the clubs. Like my friendships are people who take care of their body. Somebody like my friends will call me and tell me, hey, I bought some creatine, I did this, I did that. Like they're telling me about the things that they are doing in their life that's making them better, right? Like if you're not that kind of a person, you will not be in my circle. I'm not going to try to fix you. If you really want to get fixed, you can take my coaching class, right? But I am not going, I don't try to fix people. I don't know, try to fix people at all, right? And I am not looking for, I'm not like out there going to, oh, do you have a guy that can take me out? Oh, I am so lonely this weekend. I don't know anything to do. I just want to go out with somebody. Like I'm not looking for people. Like there's a point in your life. Maybe you haven't reached that point yet, but there's a point in your life you start focusing on your business, right? You start focusing on your business, right? You realize people are building their life. You should build yours too. People are watering their garden. You should water yours too, right? Right? And it's okay, right? And I always say, like, you don't need to take my class, okay? I always tell people, even Jesus did not come for everybody. Jesus came for us, the lost, right? He came for us, the lost ones. He did not come for the Pharisees and other people, like King Herod, like people who did not need them, right? The same with my class, right? You probably don't need my class, right? If you're already the person who likes to to you know to not get a coach, like you don't need my class, right? You can coach yourself, right? The people who find value in my class, they ask for the value of my class. I talk about it, I tell people about it, that there's a class that they can take, but I don't force anybody to take a class, okay? I don't need anybody to take my class, okay? No. it, a lot of people are obsessed with controlling their partners, like just control. Like they want somebody they can control, like control like this, okay? A lot of people don't want to have a friendship and an actual relationship where they feel safe, where they interact with their partner like a human being, right? They're just looking for control because that's the model of relationship that they saw their parents emulate, and they don't question it, and that's what they want to go around looking, right? um that's why shadow work is important, right? Shadow work is important. CJ, did you take creatine? Doesn't it make you feel good? It really does make me feel good. Let me tell you. These days, what's like doing it for me is sardines. Okay, sardines, omega-3. Ah, let me tell you, if you don't take them every day, take them every day. The benefits of omega-3 are underrated, right? A lot of people, I don't have kids, a lot of people would not be going through what they're going through, like in terms of mental health problems, if they understood the power of 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 sardines, creatine, like all these things. Ooh. So, are you guys doing these meditations these days? I know I saw these meditations, and I'll probably try to do them. Like when you, if you meditate for a long time, you can have an out of body experience. And I'd like to have more out of body experiences. Let me know if you've had any of those. Okay. Ooh, ooh. Whew, feels much lighter. Okay. See my hair, it can easily stay like, oh wow. Okay. Wait. Okay. You know, one of the signs you know that your black hair is growing is when it doesn't just stand up straight. It falls, okay? Everything is fleeting. Our experiences are fleeting. Why do you want to seek permanent? There is no permanence. Life is not there is no permanent life. Everything is transitioning from one transition to another. Terry, thank you. We ready for what? What are we ready for? So my clothes, I wanted to fold my clothes for some reason. I put them in the dryer, they did not dry. So tomorrow I have a, what do you call it? Uh, I have a video that I put in for tomorrow on my 7 day fast. I know some of you saw my 7 day fast. Happy new month. So it'll go up tomorrow, 4:03 at 8 a.m. Pacific time. It'll be this video I put about fasting. You know how I moved from this to this, right? Uh, you watch it. I try to just give an account of how I did my 7 day fast. Maybe you want to go through fasting and you want to do seven days of fasting and you want to know how to do it. Oh, okay. The soul is permanent. Okay. The soul is kind of permanent for sure. I mean, the soul is kind of like the source of who we are. So I guess in that sense, right, the soul is the same. Um, but most of our life, everything, right, like you were a child, now you lost that childhood, you became an adolescent, you that passed away, you probably become an adult, you get married to somebody, they might die, they may get sick, you may get divorced, they might move on with their life, right? Like, you have to be prepared that life is impermanent, okay? And not seek permanence in places where impermanence lives. And Buddhism has a good, when they do the sand mandala, right? In Buddhism, they show you the sand mandala because they take hours and hours to make these elaborate, beautiful sand mandalas. And then they let it rest for a while and then they take it out. And that is our life, right? For example, like, I take pride in educating myself, in helping people with mental health issues, coaching them. I take pride in this self-development, and it has really blessed my life, right? But as I age, my brain also deteriorates. So everything that I have prided myself in exploring, in learning, the curiosity, it all melts back into the nothingness from where it came from, right? All this talent that you're cultivating in yourself, you're learning, all this goes back to nothing, right? It's the impermanence, right? We all die and we take absolutely nothing with us, right? Like, I know, like, a real estate developer here in my area, billionaire, he died. He can't take even a single penny with him. All this life that he had built for himself and hoping to live, right? He didn't even hit 40. CJ says the first time you saw that sand mandala, you thought, how so stupid, right? And then now you got some wisdom, right? The yeah, yeah, you get some wisdom, and then you see the reason why they take time to communicate all this is to help us, right? You can tell yourself all those delusions. Like, you want to tell yourself that, like, you will not age, you will live forever, and we live forever, right? At a very soul level, a part of us doesn't age, right? But this body, this vehicle that we have, right? It's a vehicle like any other. Some people, I meet them and they're telling me, oh, I have a knee replacement surgery coming up, right? They want to fix that knee, right? The other day, I was telling you guys, I am going through a fast because I want to help my lymph node because it's swollen. It's the nature of the body, right? Sometimes the vehicle can break down somewhere, right? I can tell you, I can't run as fast as I used to run when I was a child. When I was a child, you would not catch me, right? You could not catch me. My mom used to send me to go to the shop, and within 2 seconds, and then I'm back, like flash, right? My neighbors, if they wanted to send somebody to the shop, they would call me because I was like flash. I go to the shop, I want this, and then I come running back, and I hand them the things. Right now, I'm like, I need my car. I need to ride because these knees. I mean, and I still run, right? I still run, and I can go for a 5 mile run. There's no big deal. But those knees are not the same. The knees that I had when I was 5 and the knees that I have right now, very different. Um, yeah, so for me, I believe that I'm not going to come back into my life. Maybe there's reincarnation. I don't know. I can't approve or disprove it. But I know that this is the one life that I have. Like, I'm not going to come back into this life as Manaka again, right? Like, this is the one life I have in this form, in this DNA. And for eternity, there will never be another me like this, right? Um, and that's why for me, I really take life over stoic. Like, I have one life and I need to make the most out of it. And that's about it, right? I like, for me, I take that route of a stoic. Like, this is the one life, it's precious. I don't have to come backs. I don't, I can come back and redo my mistakes and clean up my shit. This is it, right? This is it. You don't have the same mind or retain memories or anything, but in my opinion, you are born with certain tendencies from the past lives. I really don't. To be honest, I don't. Okay, there are people who say that, oh, my kid thinks that they were reincarnated, they were a veteran, or they lived in this time period. And I hear a lot of that, right? Um, and there's probably some truth to it. But even if it was true, how much of that is relevant to the life that you're living right now? Like, how, like, let's say, let's say in my past life, I was a white woman living in Germany during the Berlin Wall or whatever. Right. Well, right now I am Kanini. Okay. And I'm Kenyan. um so like yeah, so like uh, I don't know. Yeah, you know, there's some I have seen those kids, they say they remember, but again, after some point, I think that part of their brain gets shut down because it's no longer important, and they forget those things, right? And um I feel they should be investigated more by science. Like, I feel like reincarnation is definitely a phenomenon that's supernatural, and it should be investigated more. Um, I don't I don't know if really it affects your nervous system. That is also something that can be investigated. Like, does it affect your nervous system at all? Um, or, because from evolution, we inherit a nervous system that's reacting to life based on fight or flight responses, just based on, there are things that we do inherit from, like our fear of falling. Like, human beings don't like to fall. And that's kind of like a primal fear that we have. Our ability to just figure out where the nipple is and start sucking on our mama's boobs, kind of primal, right? You don't need much schooling for that. It kind of is. You're born and you cry and you look for a nipple, like, like, Um, so it's kind of hard to figure out what are these instincts. Are these instincts more just like survival instincts, or are these from a past life, like survival instincts? Right. And also, yeah, and also traumatic experiences from your parents can also imprint on you, right? Um, like the epigenetic stress, right? That's that passed on from especially mothers to daughters, right? Like, also, if your parents are stressed out even as a baby, right, and your mom is probably stressed out, maybe she's in a stressful relationship, and you're breastfeeding from her, you might end up getting stressed out as well, just because of the attachment theory. You're attaching to her nervous system and it's out of ease, and so she's not able to give you that ease. Like, um or maybe she's having dreams, or maybe you think like you are reincarnated from a war, but maybe those are the things that your moms keep watching when she's pregnant, and when your brain is forming, maybe they entrench into you like a memory. How do we know all the, like, there's so many things that could be happening. Like, maybe that's what she's watching, maybe that's what she kept watching when you were young. Like, there's a lot of things that we haven't studied about these people when they tell us stories on the internet. um kind of like the way they choose the next Dalai Lama, right? They say, or the way they say that they choose the next pope. They go, they pray, they then they choose, okay, this one's going to be the next Dalai Lama. This is the next reincarnation of the Dalai Lama, whatever. How do we know that these people are just not making these things up? How do we know that this is not just some random guesswork, whatever? We don't know. We don't know what this kid is going to be, but let's select that kid and program them into this way of life the program is going to take, because we know programming works. For me, that's what I know. I know programming works. So you can program somebody into thinking a certain way. Like, I don't know. So I would want like a serious, more genuine study, instead of all these reporters like saying things, right? And there's a lot of people these days, um, like all these people these days that you're hearing them saying about galactic things, like galactic aliens. We came from these aliens, and like, and somehow these people, um they tell us, I had a near death experience, or I had an out of body experience, and they have all these experiences, right? How much of that are they making it up, or is it true? um yeah, I know. I probably also like listened to those documentaries about these kids who say they can remember their past life. Their parents try to take them to these places to see if they can remember them, and somehow the kids end up forgetting and they move on with their life. So for me, I'm like, did the parent probably, it's so easy to, and to put in imprint memories. Like, let's say I'm pregnant and I'm watching about World War III, right? I don't know how my kid, when they're developing, how that is going to translate to them. Like, I don't know. Maybe they'll be born with some of these memories that when I'm dreaming, I transfer to them, like a woman, and what we do, even what we eat, how we think affects the baby, right? What we watch, what we are thinking about, like all these things affect the baby. I know that for a fact, because I know that my sister used to play this beautiful song when she was pregnant with her baby. And when the baby came out and she used to play that song, the baby used to react to that song, right? Because the baby formed memories about that music. And my sister just loved that song. How much is what you're watching? Maybe you're watching about wars. Well, what if the baby comes out thinking like, why am I having all this imagery about war? Maybe it's a movie that you kept watching, and somehow those memories got imprinted in a kid's like subconscious mind, and they start thinking that they've lived in this place before, right? I don't know. Terry, you have your own, story now. You want to tell us your mother was pregnant from the back. Her womb is located in her spinal cord. Where? Where? Look for somebody else. Look for somebody else. Hey, look for somebody else who has a stupid head. Oh, whoa, Terry, we will not believe that nonsense here. Can't believe that nonsense. You can have us believing that stupid nonsense. Eh? Go lie to your grandmother. Let me see this. Go lie to your grandmother. We don't believe nonsense in this channel. Critical thinking police. Tell us if you have if like, for those people who meditate, right? For those guys of you who meditate and you do it a lot, have you had an out of body experience? Have you kind of like woken up outside of your body? Like, I'm interested in that topic these days. Let me know what your experience was. Uh, like if you had an out of body experience, is it scary? Is it something that, you know, like how is it? How is it? right? Um, everybody can be born very different. Okay, a lot of women when they are giving birth, they will usually tear, like they tear their vagina goes all the way. There's a tear, right? That does not mean that you're coming from the other way. It just means the vagina teared all the way. Like women die giving birth, right? It's a big process. So, but you know, it's usually the same way. Yeah. A lot of women, like a lot of women tear, like these, the perineum tears completely towards the back, right? That does not mean that you know that you didn't come from the womb, right? The body is very, very distinct, unless somebody has some form of disability. We all eat from the mouth on this front and it comes back from the back the other way, right? I don't know. God is a very good designer. He designs things the way they look pleasant to human beings. John Moira, nice to see you. That is the great architect. I know. I love my black skin too. God, melanin. I love it. Okay. I love my soft, dark melanin skin. We together, we love it. Yeah, 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 Terry. The next time you're going to tell us your father gave birth to you. That's how unique your birth was. You're not like the rest of us. Oh, goodness. How special of you. I love my skin too. And even though like sometimes I don't get makeup that that like fitting for my skin. I tell you, when I moved into this white neighborhood, my neighbor was telling me that I need to bleach my skin. I was shocked. How you look at somebody and you decide you have a problem with their skin, and so they should bleach it for you so that you're comfortable looking at them. Shocking, shocking. But I don't know. Some people are shocking. Like it's kind of like, do you know, like it's like it'll be ridiculous, right? If I look at white people and I say, I don't like all these that you have on your face, all these black spots from the sun. I don't like them. You know, can you go get some melanin? Go to the doctor, let them give you an injection to make sure that you have melanin. That would sound very ridiculous if I said that, right? Like, I would never do that. It's stupid, right? I every day I'm shocked by the level of stupidity that sometimes I meet on a regular, right? And and somebody was telling me, yeah, think about the average person think they're dumb and then think they're way, way dumber, right? That's how some people think. You cannot even keep up. That's why sometimes they say there are people who cannot be in my friend zone. There are people who cannot be my friends because for me, I just cannot keep going to that low level of thinking with people. Like I just cannot. It's just so ugh. I cannot. Yeah, yeah, not and I was saying like oh like white people think that way. A lot of people who actually encourage other people to bleach their skin are other black people. Okay. Yeah. Uh-huh. 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 And then a lot of black people, they keep talking about racism, but they're very racist towards their own people. Like a lot of black people, for example, a lot of black men, right? They would not date a black skinned girl like me, right? Because they are colorist, right? And I'm okay, like you dating your profile and people that you like. It's not like for me, it's not a big deal. People like what they like, right? But yeah, like it's the black community that's pushing all this bleaching nonsense most of the time. I grew up with um with with a family that really loves dark skin, okay? Like my family where I grew up, people comment on how beautiful your dark skin is. Like, oh my God, you have a beautiful darkness to you. Like they kind of see the beauty in it and they appreciate the dark tone. So I grew up with people commenting on how beautiful my dark skin is, but I don't, a lot of people don't say those things anymore, especially in the black community. Like, yeah, yeah, it is a trivial thing, CJ, 100%. Skin complexion is a trivial thing if you are a thinking human being, if you're somebody with some sense in you, right? It's definitely 100% like this thing, right? But the politics around it, okay? The politics around it are not trivial, right? Because these are things that affect other people's lives and affect a lot of things about other people, right? The politics around it are not trivial, right? It's the most bullshit argument that the human race has ever been given, okay? Is the most bullshit thing. Ask me, right? Uh, right. John Mueda, I only dated a blonde girl once. She looked good at the club, but when she came out of the shower, I thought, who are you? A complete different girl without makeup. Makeup will do that to any girl, not just blonde women. Let me tell you. Have you seen those Chinese videos where they just start chipping out the makeup that they have? And you're like, who is this person? like like they start taking off stuff, right? And you're like, oh my God, this is a whole different human being. When I saw those videos, hmm, I see people like, yeah, mm-mm, Mm-mm. You have to be, you have to have some level of appreciation for just people who are naturally beautiful. Okay. Like, like you see somebody who is just naturally like kind of like average looking, they are beautiful, okay? Without makeup, you look at somebody and they are kind of like, okay. Okay, that is where beauty is, okay? Yeah, yeah. The average looking without makeup, that's beautiful. Hi, Goose. Oh, 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 Goose. Yeah, yeah, makeup is so deceiving these days. But this is the thing, makeup is very necessary. I can't lie to you. When you think about the psychology of makeup, you will wear makeup. If if I'm here, like right now, I'm not wearing makeup, right? There's another girl having her whatever show and she's wearing makeup, right? And most likely she has like 5,000 views, okay? Because she's wearing these long lashes, she's wearing this fake hair, which is okay, right? Nobody told me to wear my natural hair. I could wear fake hair and fake makeup and all that, right? And you start seeing it's just the way people think, okay? Is the things that draw people in, okay? She could be saying a lot of nonsense, right? But human beings are not, are mostly vain, okay? They will judge you for how you look even before you talk, right? That's the nature of the animal, of the human. So they did us. So I don't remember what American like presidential election it was, but some people watched it on television and other people heard about the presidential debate on the radio. And the people who who saw the presidential debates said the candidate that was wearing makeup did better because they watched it on TV. And the people who heard it on radio said the other candidate who was not wearing makeup actually did better. And so you see the power of makeup, because makeup can hide your imperfections. It can hide, if you're stressed out, it can hide that, right? And so on TV you will look more composed and more in control. But the people listening, because they're not seeing all the face and everything, they thought the other candidate who did not have makeup did better because they sounded more confident in what they knew. So you see the power of makeup. You see the power of makeup over and over. Um, um, yeah, people are just like that. Like you got to understand like human psychology 101 about makeup. Do I wear makeup sometimes? Yes, but when I see that like I'm starting to break out because sometimes your skin really needs to breathe, then I will now wear makeup, right? I'll give it a rest. Um, it is just the way the world works, okay? If I decided to just like exaggerate my dressing, the way I look, the way the, like girls who show their skin more, expose their body more, they get more views, they get more subscribers to their channel, right? um you see why, like, pop culture, right? The shinier, the more shiny things you wear, the more you're going to get more views. Like, it's all these, right? It's entertainment. Like, let's just call it what it is, right? It's entertainment, and people kind of like just to get entertained by those things. um So yeah, if you're looking for influence and you're looking for, a lot of people to follow you, obviously, like, do those things, right? um I don't know. I like more depth. Personally, I like depth in my work. The people that I connect with have more depth. So that's that. Yeah, but a lot of people don't appreciate that beauty is in the soul. A lot of people don't appreciate that beauty is in the soul, please. A lot of people don't appreciate that beauty in the soul because, people are looking to be for dopamine, the quickest way out. Make sure you're liking the videos, you're subscribing. Hello, Eugenio. Eugenio De Carlo. Where are you from? Where are you from? Welcome to Post Traumatic Bliss. Let me know topics about mental health that you want to touch, that you want to talk about. I ask you questions, but some of you are not answering. Do you meditate? Because meditation is huge. What are your experiences when you meditate? Uh, Virginia from Italy. I've always wanted to visit Italy. I've always thought living in Italy would be great because they have this thing called siesta. And for me, I don't like working in the afternoon. We don't know. We don't know 100% if the earth gave birth to us as humans. We don't know 100%. We don't know if life came from other places and then it was planted here. I mean, it's still an open theory out here. Calabria, Calabria, is that a place in Italy? Mm, well, Earth is home for now until I transition into the next realm. Sometimes, to be honest, sometimes I feel like, what's the point of being here? Like, what are we doing here? Just spending time here until we. It's kind of like you come here, you're given like, okay, you're born. Now live out your time, and then you die, right? And like we are just all here, kind of like living out our time. However, you are living out your time. Like you're here between birth and grave, right? Between the hospital or the place you were born and the mortuary, right? It's kind of like you're living out your time here. You can do a lot of things in the meantime to keep yourself busy. You can go to school, you can get a job, you can get married, you can have kids. Like, you can keep yourself busy in the meantime. CJ, there's no point to 99% of the things you do. You can obsess yourself with relationships, drama, getting married, getting divorced. You can keep yourself as busy as you you can keep yourself as busy as you want, okay? Paying rent, paying your bills. There's no point to it, right? You might as well go live in the Himalayas. Nobody gives a shit, okay? They're indoctrinating you. You need a life dream, right? You need to do all these things. Sometimes it's all BS if you see through it, right? I am a mental health coach to just help you see that, get you waking up, okay? So don't forget to take my classes, okay? We are here just wasting time on this planet, okay? Take my classes, learn something, and then move on to the next thing. Okay. Okay, just get one experience, right? Yeah, it's just an experience. Don't take it too seriously, okay? Your job is not you. It doesn't determine your importance in life, regardless of what your boss is selling you, giving you all these KPIs and metrics that you're taking so seriously. They don't mean no shit. Okay. It's like, calm down. Calm down. Calm down, okay? Mm. Before you take it too seriously, we are in a matrix. Okay? Terry, it make your day. Yeah, you can you know, and like all you can do is try to live a good life. Like try to, eat healthy, keep yourself in a good spirit, right? Don't take it too seriously, really. That's the point of my coaching. Don't take it too seriously. There's no point to it. Between the hospital you are born and the mortuary that your body will rest, all these other things are just drama. It's all drama. Yeah. It's all drama. They're trying to make you feel like it's not all drama. You need to look a certain way. You need to sound a certain way. You need to. So exhausting. Just be yourself. Live your life. Nobody gives a shit. Okay? All this is drama. It's all drama. People are people take it so seriously that we all take it so seriously, right? And we've all kind of like now instead realizing like, hey, we are in a matrix. We came from somewhere else and there is no death. We don't die. We're just here to live out a life and then we go back, right? We fall into all these nonsense. You're white, I'm black, there's politics, we are fighting for resources, we are all in survival mode, we are trying to bring out ice, we are trying to, like, all this exhausting nonsense. It's just the way you're living out your time between the hospital you were born and the mortuary that you will end up. All this other thing is nonsense. You don't go with anything. You don't go with your car. You don't go with your rent. You don't go, you don't go with your food. Like you don't go with nothing, right? All these distractions, these things, they just want to distract you. And we fall for it over and over and over. We fall for this material world. Exactly. I don't even go with this body and how hot I look, right? I drop this vehicle. I drop it. I'm not going to go with it anywhere. Between the hospital I was born in and the mortuary where I'll end up, this shit's not going with me. I'll drop it like it's hot. Flynn, you know what I mean, right? You know what I mean, right? All these noise, that politics, all these noise, you know, the survivors, whatever, want to distract you, right? They don't want to, they want to distract you so that you don't see that you really don't need all this. Like, you don't care for this shit. They want you to take it so seriously. They never want us to decide, like, oh, we are one humanity, like we all die. It doesn't matter. It's not important. Okay. Nobody dies at the end of the day, right? Nobody ever dies in this universe. You can live eternally in hell or you can live eternally in heaven. But one thing is, you're not dying. Nobody dies, right? They don't want you to find out that, you know, because they're just, I don't know where this breed of people came from, right? I really don't know where they came from, where they just worry about material things. Okay, they just worry about material things, and that's all they care about. I'm not saying it's not good for you to live a good life and live a healthy life, okay? But that's all they care about. Again, that's all they want you to care about. They don't want you waking up. You had better learn how to take care of your body, because nobody likes to be in pain all the time, right? If you don't eat well, if you go eat all the the ultra processed foods that everybody is suggesting you eat, right? Then it's nothing, right? I'm just saying, like, your experience between when you're born and when you go to the grave, right? It's just an experience that you're having. You can decide to make it an experience where you fight other people, you hate other people, or you can just make a pleasant experience for yourself, for your friends, for the environment, leave the world a better place than you found it, right? For other people who are going to come in and enjoy the experience, you can decide to have a mission in your life that has a purpose and some meaning, right? For me, I like mental health, I like coaching, you know. I've decided like this is the experience that makes sense to me, that this is the experience that I want to share with other people between being born and going to the grave, right? You make meaning out of your life. Who's the Osho? Who is Osho? Who is Osho? How they want us to stay attached to the material, to the survival. They don't want us to have liberation and freedom. No, they want us surviving in here, in our mentalities, in our mindset. I'm making these huge beans with some peas. Oh, he was an, you know what? I really like I have learned a lot from the Indian gurus, right? Um, I think it was this Jamaican guru who goes to who went to India and he learned like how to become a guru. His name is Muji. I learned a lot from him, like those inquiries of who are you? Like I remember when I started back in 2015, right? And he asked the inquiry, the most important inquiry that you can ever ask yourself basically is, who am I, right? Yeah, I love listening to him. And so for me, I like that there was somebody who have actually asked question, because I wanted to ask that question for myself. Like I wanted an answer to myself. And so every time every time I'd listen to him, he would not have an answer about who I am, right? And I'd listen to him, I'd see all these people coming from the US, doctors, people working in the financial industry. And these people are actually asking who they are. And I was like, and I'm like, here, I just finished college and I'm asking the same things. And I'm like, these people have been working, having career, they have parents, they are parents, they have children, and they haven't even figured to ask that question yet. So I became very fascinated by the inquiry about who am I? And I started meditating. That's when I really started to meditate, because what I learned from Muji was simple. He cannot tell me who I am. He will not tell me who I am. Like, those are the things like you figure out for yourself. Right? You ask yourself that question, you meditate, and the answer comes to you. Um, like, nobody can tell you these things. But anyway, what I respect about the Indian way is they ask these questions. Things questions that the West, like Westerners, take for granted, right? A Westerner will tell you, oh, you're a man or a woman, you're black, you're white. They'll put labels in you. And that's pretty much the end of the inquiry about who you are, like in the West. You know, you're either a man or a woman, born in a certain place, a certain age, and you live in such and such zip code and address. And that's pretty much about it, right? And then when when you answer those things, right, in the West, people think, oh, I kind of know you now. And I know it sounds basic for somebody who, like, you have the Western school of thought. Like, that's about it. We know you. That's about it. And you're here as a human being, and you're like, okay, I know my name. I know I'm female. I know my race. I know my education level. I know my gender. But you're like, I know there's still more to me, right? And once you realize like there's more to you, then you understand how important this inquiry is, because who am I? Who am like if you go about life not knowing who you are, right? What else do you know about life? I don't know. I don't understand what CJ you are saying. And don't relate on belief in a story. Oh, I don't understand that sentence. No, this is not the one that I take to the gym. This is like huge. I take the blue one over there. That's one I take to. I don't go to the gym, but if I'm doing, yeah, I have to get rid of these beans. I made too many of them. Yeah. My standing position is nice. Huh. Huh. Oh, look. So just make some beans. Wait for them. I'm here, I'm not going anywhere, but I gotta still do some work in the house because if you sit too long and you're not moving, then it's not good. So you tell me, life, your philosophy about how you live your life is really important, right? The philosophy, the things you believe, um, you know, because what you believe is how you live your life. I don't flex my muscles. Okay. Oh. Like if you believe a strong, healthy body is necessary for you to live your life, then you will try to cultivate a strong, healthy body because you see the need for it, right? If you think diet is important in your life, then you know that's how you're going to live your life. That's the philosophy you live your life with. You come to understand like most of the times what we believe in is exactly how we are living our life. It's not very far removed from what we believe in, right? If you believe that people need to be respected, you know, then you respect other people and you expect the same. Um, like we are all living according to what our belief system is, right? Um, and there are people with dangerous belief systems, and and there are people who, and I don't know, sometimes it's religion, right? Some people obviously worship the devil. I don't go to the gym, right? Mm, why am I feeling very itchy all of a sudden. It's so weird. Exactly. You know, that's what I think, CJ, right there, 100%, right? Like, yeah, like don't obsess over the life, right? Even it's okay to be average. Like just, you know, don't obsess about it. Um, but don't be confused. The problem is a lot of people, a lot of people they take the labels that they've been given in society too seriously. Okay, like if I say, okay, you're a black woman or a white man, you're a mother, you're a parent, right? They obsess on these labels, right? And they take them too seriously that these labels, they hypnotize them, right? I I know I'm in a good shape. Okay, like these labels, they hypnotize them. Um, let's not talk about my age, darling, because if I tell you my age, I'll have to kill you. I don't want to kill people. So yeah, these labels that they give us, right? They can this the society is going to give you labels. Like labels are not going to go away, right? But these labels, you can get lost in them and they can hypnotize you, especially because human beings, they get labels. Uh, because if I tell you my age, I have to kill you down. Um, it's a secret, right? No, I shouldn't wear anything I don't want to wear. Um, so we get hypnotized by the labels that society gives us, and we get lost into them, right? So, and we start behaving in ways that are not that are inauthentic, because we don't know ourselves, and we believe in these labels because a human being is always looking to understand, to feel they belong somewhere, right? But every label that you're going to give yourself is never going to validate you. Okay, every label that you're going to take too seriously is not going to ever validate you, right? Like, you're not going to feel like like um like it's the real label, right? It's not going to feel like it's a real label, because first of all, whatever label you give yourself is just a thought, right? Are you all of your thoughts, right? I'm not your mother, right? But are you your thoughts? You're not your thoughts. So any label you give yourself is just a label. Are you your name? You're not even your name, right? So you start seeing that all these attachments that you have, they are kind of false, right? They're kind of false. If you want to delve more into this, take my coaching class. Take my coaching class. If that feels like something you want to. CJ, right? If a conversation starts with "Hi babe," usually ends in one direction. I love how you translate that so quickly, so easily. How you read through this, how you read through it so quickly, so easily, right? I get a lot of people, they are like, I I don't understand. Like there are people here on the internet, 100%, right? They are looking maybe to have a girlfriend on the internet. They 100% believe that somehow, right here on this internet, right? I'll give them my number and then we will get into this relationship and we'll probably get married. I tell you, it's not even fantasy. This is something somebody believes. Like and you can see exactly how some people live in that kind of a world of fantasy. Like there's no like I don't even understand it myself, right? It's easier if you want to get married. It's easier if you want to get married to look into your circle of friends, people who are single, your family, relatives, they have friends in your circle. Like, guess why? Because those are people you are more likely to relate with. Those your chances are higher with those people. They're more likely to know you. They're more likely to trust you. They're more likely to recommend you to somebody because there's a level of trust, right? How are you going to marry some total stranger from the internet? Like, does that even, it's the internet, it's real life. This is not a fantasy, right? Like, this is not a fantasy life, right? When we talk about mental health coaching, right? And when we talk about, like actively trying to get into relationships can benefit you in the long time. I'm not saying you go on the internet and look for somebody on the OnlyFans website, right? Um, and even if you try a dating site, guess what? Like even dating sites have their own, like these are people you don't know, right? Even on a dating site, okay? This is somebody you don't know. You don't know their family, you don't know their history, you don't know anything about this person that you're meeting on the profile on the dating site. Okay? And you're magically hoping, right, that this person you somehow click and you have this match made in heaven. It's easier if you have co-workers that know people who are single, that know a little bit about your personality, um, to probably introduce you to somebody. Take those introductions seriously. Stop thinking that there'll be forever people out there. The dating sites, they make you think like you have endless options of people out there who are ready to mingle and get married to you. No, you don't have endless options. Okay. Yay. I think we watched enough movies. Okay, then don't date your coworkers. Don't date your coworkers. It's never a good way to go, by the way. But they can introduce you to people. A lot of people meet people from coworkers, right? Go into conferences, stuff like that. If you really want to meet somebody, uh, or join the rest of us who are learning how to live like stoic people who are trying life alone without a lot of. Um, oh wow! I thought those peas, the beans, they are done. Um, Actually, they got done pretty quickly. I've never made these beans, so they kind of they're mushy now. They're kind of mushy. Why is my channel called Post Traumatic Bliss? Um, because a lot of people talk about post traumatic stress. Stress, right? You can grow from stress. You can grow from trauma, right? You can find a blissful life. You don't have to be traumatized all your life. There is growth, there is healing, there is, it's kind of like even if you, when you break up with somebody, right? There is healing, there is moving on, right? We don't stay there where we got hurt, where we got traumatized. There is bliss, right? Trauma is not the last one. Trauma is not the last word, right? So my coaching is about helping people who've gone through trauma, right? I have gone through trauma. I always tell you my life story and how I overcame trauma and so many things the devil put in my way. You can too. I charge for my coaching classes. They're not free. I'm growing my channel too here. I made some beans. These beans are actually really good. I've never eaten these beans before. You want to know more about my coaching? My coaching, you do the class. These classes open you up to all the nuances in mental health, right? Life, mental health, everything, food, everything that works in mental health. Then you do your workshop 1 and workshop 2, right? Workshop 1 is who you are right now, and workshop 2 is who you want to be. And then we create this person that you want to become, because everything is a program. But you only know this once you go through the class, right? So if that sounds like something fun for you, let me know. You do a lot of things with your money. Sometimes you buy even terrible food. You can invest in coaching for yourself. Hi, Tim, right? If you think about it, we waste a lot of money on so many things. This soup is good. Mm. Nothing beats investing in yourself. A lot of times we are investing in other people. What is your goal? This is so good. This is such a good meal. I've never eaten these beans before. So these are these beans. Let me show you. These. Have you ever eaten these? They call the Ferron beans, the Ferren, the Ferren beans. You see them? These are the beans that I'm eating. They're actually very delicious. I've never eaten them before. I'm surprised. For some reason, I have an itchy nose. You can follow me on LinkedIn. If you want to buy my course, I usually say send you a link for you to buy the course. I'll give you the link. You take the videos, you email me, you take the course. We start talking about when you're going through the class. So I find that the people who do one-on-one coaching, right, are the people who benefit so much from coaching. Like even for me, when I was doing one-on-one coaching, right, that's when the best time I benefited from coaching. A lot of coaches, they give you a class, right? I don't know. I don't have a burger. It looks like my nose is clean. I don't know why it's itchy. Maybe it's all the money coming through. No, so that's why I do one-on-one. You take the class, and then as you're going through the classes, as you're learning, right? You call me. And I noticed that most of my students, like most of the people that I'm coaching, even when I do like 3 calls, right? They get it, right? They kind of start getting it, and they can go out there and coach other people. Um, and I do through most of the people I get are through referrals, right? I get people who take my classes, they like them, they refer me to other people. So basically, that's why I like you guys to do it so that you can refer me to other people. See how the world moves around quickly? Tim says I have an itchy booger. Tim, I don't know why I'm itchy. I think my nose is clean, but um hi Eli yo. How is life? Today we are putting a lot of time on this channel. Make sure you're liking, you're subscribing. This channel is going to grow because I say so. We're here, we're talking about mental health, coaching classes, right? A lot of time, you guys have seen, like, Jerry has been here for a while now, right? Um, email me at monica@posttraumaticbliss.com if you're interested in the coaching, you are curious about the coaching, right? I had to put down my website because you guys were not signing up for the classes. So why should I put classes on for people who are not signing up as quickly as they think, right? Because putting up on the website, it cost me like $200. But now I realized I don't have to put it up on the website when I can send you the link to the class. So you pay the class, and then I send you the link, you start watching the videos, and then you call me. Let's not waste money and resources. It's positive thinking. Mm. Mm. Take my classes. Let me tell you, your life will never be the same again. Mm. Mm. It's so good. This is why I love cooking myself food. Now, I'm scared about cooking for other people because they may not always like my cooking. But these beans are very good with ginger. I like the taste of them with ginger and garlic. Like it's really good. I'm working your appetite, don't worry. I'm still trying to learn how to play the guitar. I haven't been doing a good job. I forgot to buy a guitar tuner. Mm. 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 Team, right? I like that. Is this small little sacred things? sacred things that improve our life. Like instead of going to buy some food from this from from McDonald's, you just fix yourself something, right? These are still. I'm not a guitar player. Don't judge me by my guitar playing skills. I like these beans. I'll be eating more of these beans. Hmm. They're so easy on the stomach too. If you added these beans with some minced meat and almond butter, I think that would make a perfect protein. I come from a farming community, so for us, beans is like the food to go to. Like people who farm, like beans are easy to farm. So for me, eating beans is kind of like a big part of my life. Like I know I've eaten more beans than I've eaten more meat in my life. Like beans are like I come from like more like my community is more vegetarian. I don't know how to make baked beans. Hmm, that's really good. Yeah, so I'm done with food. You know, that should last me for a good day. The oldest person in Australia eats baked beans every day. Oh, wow. And on his birthday, the company created a tin with his photo on it and sent him boxes. That's so funny. Like, that's a good story. I have a longevity goal. Like, I want to live long. I know as much as I say, well, it doesn't matter. We are here, we live our life, we die, right? But I also kind of want to see what's next, right? I want to see what's the next story, right? Like what's going to happen next. For a lot of people, that's not a big deal. Like a lot of people don't care like what's next, what's going to happen next after this next and the next after the next, right? But I kind of do want to see how like in the long things play out for humanity. um well, if you think about the Bible, right, it's a prophecy. And what I found fascinating about the Bible and it being a prophecy is that you know how they say everything is written, it's pre-written. So another way to look at it is everything has already happened, we are reliving it. Like this is a take two of an experience that has already happened. We are just, that's why it's a prophecy. Like if you when you read the Bible, it tells you like let's say like was it Revelation 13 where it tells you about this woman who's giving birth in a desert, and the dragon comes to find her, and she goes into the desert, into the wilderness, and she gives birth, right? But that's a repetition of something that's already happened. Like that woman is not like something that will happen in the future, it's something that has already happened. And when you realize that, oh shit, like it's kind of like we are going backwards. Yes, you that's okay. So okay, let me backtrack, okay? I don't want to get old that I am still living in life and I can't like I don't want to get too old that I'm like I can't reason, I can't see, I can't walk, right? I don't want to still be living when I'm not able to walk or see or feed myself, okay? Like, no, it's not gonna happen to me. If I get to the point where I know a lot of people don't believe like in euthanasia, like killing yourself, like, and I'm not like suicidal, like I'm not going to kill myself right now, right? But if I knew that, hey, like, okay, this is the end of the road for me, the next is just suffering, I can OD on some heroin or some meth. Like, I don't care. At that point, I'm going down anyway. There's no, it's inevitable, right? I'm going to go a nice way, take some Xanax and get out of here. Okay. I'm not going to allow myself, I'm not going to allow myself, okay, to live like 10 years in a nursing home where I'm just suffering. It's not my future. The Bible mentions three score and ten, which is 70. Anything above that is full life. Yeah, there's also a point where God says he knows the number of a man. and they are 100, the number of years a man has, and they are 120 days, 120 years. It's very hard to hit 120. I know there are people who hit 120, but in the next 100 years, we are gonna be dead, right? Nobody right now, nobody that's breathing right here is probably going to be alive in the next 120 years. Even the baby that was just born like 2 minutes ago, like this second. I You think about life like that, you think about those perspectives like that, and life pretty much starts making sense all of a sudden, right? You realize, oh shoot, I don't even have forever. Enjoying my life right now. Yeah, that's Christianity. Somewhere in the Bible says a lot of things. Says a lot of things. You know, there are things. I think aging, you can't beat aging. You can slow it down, right? Um, I think you can slow it down, right? Like I've seen like all these women who are like doing like working on their muscles, building muscles, and you see somebody who is 60 and they can do a good pull up, right? They can still visit countries around the world, they can travel, they have like this vitality over even over 30-year-old, right? And they're in their 60s or their 70s. You can you can but when you look at them, they don't look like they're 20 and they don't look like they're 30. They do look that they're still older, right? And I think for younger people, if they took notes and they started taking care of their bodies the same way these older folks are doing, I think younger people would have even better results. But I honestly don't think there's going to be a pill that somebody can take versus their age just because the things that age you are really like, let's say gravity. Every day, the gravity is acting on your spinal column and it's causing you to shrink and it's causing you to adjust your posture. And if you're not swimming or doing, working out, right? Uh, like you're just letting gravity keep acting on your spinal column and aging you. Then there is, we are always forming cancer cells in our body. And the only way you get rid of those cancer cells is by fasting, right? You gotta know how to fast. You gotta be able to go a few days without food. You gotta be able to go a few days without food for you to beat cancer cells. Because aging, all this, I think if somebody wants to defy aging, they have to put it like a life practice. Like it's something you do for life. You eat well, you fast, you work out, you build your muscle, like you listen to good positive things, you grow, you read, you self-improve, right? Um, and maybe you can prolong your life if you don't get hit by a bus or gets into some freak accident, all right? Um, uh, there are too many factors, including genetics and external events like car accident. You can't control anything, as much as you try. Yeah, right. If you can keep, but the other thing is, what if you don't try and you don't get hit by a bus? Okay. What if you don't try? You don't try to take care of yourself, right? And you don't get hit by a bus and you don't die, right? Now you're aging in a very frail way, right? And then life becomes suffering for you instead of enjoying life. So, I guess. Yeah, it's like employers who say they're not going to educate their employees because if they do that and train them, they're going to go to another company. What if you don't train them and they stay? Now, you know, they've stayed, but you did not really invest in them, right? Okay, so these are chia seeds, the milky thing from chia seeds. I use it for my hair when I'm undoing my hair. Yeah, definitely too many. That and because there's too many factors, right? The same way, just like something like aging has too many factors, right? The same way something like mental health has so many faces and so many factors. And that's why I like to broaden my coaching, right? Because on a the world that we live in, right? They try to tell people, oh, your mental health is some chemical imbalance, right? And if we go through thinking like, oh, your mental health problems are a result of chemical imbalance, then what are you naturally wanting to do? You're naturally wanting to just go to the doctor and they give you a pill, right? Because if it's chemical imbalance, right, then why not give you some pill and a tablet, right? And hopefully we fix all your mental health problems because that's kind of like what our society wants us to believe. Like, if you have mental health problems, you know, it's probably your genetics and your family line. They have some chemical imbalance, and we can give you a pill and we can take care of those suicidal thoughts and all those other things that you have. But you look at mental health clearly and you understand like there is no one factor that's going to save you in your mental health, right? There is no one thing that you can say, oh, like this is how to fix this issue. Because maybe your mental health is you're in a stressful environment, or your mental health is you're not eating omega fatty 3 acids and that's causing you depression, or it could be you're going through a divorce and it's affecting you, or it could be because you had a very challenging childhood that makes it impossible for you to even learn how to live life as an adult, right? Like all these things that could be happening, right? There are so many factors in mental health. Um, you could be addicted to bad things. It could be like an addiction problem. It could be there's lack of love in your life. That's why you're having a mental health breakdown. You know, I give coaching so that you understand like it's a lot of things and you can pick out the things that you can change and the things that you cannot change, right? And the things you need to move on from, the things you need to heal from, but it's good to know. This is my soup that I made. It's all beans, very good. I like when it has water, when it's watery. So kind of like I can have that for breakfast, right? Like you can have soup for breakfast. Or even if you make some broth, is better than just having coffee for breakfast. Uh, nutrition is another thing, affects your mood. Over time, it affects your emotional signature, you know. Over time, it affects your level of happiness in life. This is something like nutrition, right? Nobody tells us this, like how important they are. I mean, they mentioned them in school. So, well, may we be happy and live with a joyful heart. May all living beings be healthy and live with a body that gives them energy. And may all living beings be protected and be safe from all sorts of inner and outer harm. And may we live with the ease that comes with well being. That's a mental health prayer from a mental health coach that I wish for everybody on the planet, that we can live with the ease that comes with well being. And I hope that you take that prayer seriously, create a beautiful world for yourself and others so that we can all live with the ease that comes with well being, you know, as we live our life, whatever corner of the world we are in, right? Living it with ease and well being is the point. So like, subscribe, hit the like button if you want coaching. I'll be putting my email on my notes. And let's connect and create a community of people wanting to live a better life, a sound-minded life, mindful, happy, deliberate, successful. All that. I love you guys. Thanks for showing up and goodbye.